Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, June the 19th, June the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Pepe. You guys can hear me in YouTube, and I'm assuming, yes, everybody can hear me in the main room. Thanks, guys. Okay, we're good to go. By the way, somebody asked in the support question area, I'm just looking now. Inti 649. Well, you're in the right room. Okay. You don't have to go to YouTube. Okay. I don't have a layout that I share, but I share individual scans. Okay. So on what you see here, I actually do share. All right. So I can show you. I usually do this around 10 o'clock, but just for you. Moment. Go to my homepage. Okay. So this is for anybody else also, but who asked that question? NT649. Okay, so I'm just going to put my homepage link in here. And if you click on it, then you scroll down, middle section, here they are, the scans that I'm currently sharing. And this is what you can see. The pre-market actives up and down are right here. Underneath, because I do get rid of this when the mark at 9:30. And here's the large cap race is right here. Another race, the volatile race is right here. Pulse resumes is down here. So, I mean, everything is here. You're in the right room. You don't have to go to YouTube. So what is happening this morning? Well, EHGO, and they did have some news. Oh, by the way, remember yesterday, the big rumor that Lionsgate, that Netflix was looking to buy Lionsgate? Well, guess what? Now, it still may happen. It still may happen in the future, but Netflix is denying acquisition interest. So easy come, easy go, because that actually closed pretty well. I mean, it got up to 1674 and it closed at 1639. That was the big run. And now, of course, the drop on Netflix saying, you know what? We're not interested. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So back to EHGO. This is something, they did have some news, which I can't find now, but they did have some news. Okay, they came out with a defense of it. Let's take a look at what they said. Well, right now, so I don't see the company, but what I'm doing is I do see some analysts pushing back on it. This guy from TD Cowen, the assertion of channel stuffing at its largest customer SNS is incorrect per our SNS and industry channel checks, etc. So that's not so much the company. RBC is also pushing back. They've already seen that the Jehoshaphat report from yesterday, but they don't care. They're saying outperform on target 78. Interesting. Moving on. ICCM. Oh, this is the one that had some news. Okay. ICCM. Okay. Reports 70% growth in US ProSense install base following FDA clearance. Okay. That was the one. I don't know if I had any news on the EHGO, but look at this. You know, I mean, 836 and trashed all the way down to 370. Meanwhile, I had half of mine. I'm glad I didn't have the whole mine, but I had half of mine yesterday to hold SSPC as a short overnight. I'm glad I didn't. Of course, that is the short of SpaceX, SPCX. SPCX is surging again this morning up to 209. FTHM. Okay, well, at least this is kind of holding its gains. Okay. This is going to be an acquisition by Bed Bath and Beyond, really, for $53 million. Okay, so that's the reason for this one moving higher. How's BBWI doing? Actually, that's wrong. That's the other one. BB. Give me a moment. How come I can't? I'm typing in bed and I'm not getting Bed Bath and Beyond. Oh well. Lanai, LNAI is, but again, it just bugs me when I see these big pops and then the big drop. I mean, these things are almost cut in half from the highs. Doesn't mean they can't resume later, but it just doesn't. Nice to see one that is popped. Doesn't have to be right at the high, but not giving up half in the pre-market. Wow. I did not know this happened. Look at SDOT today, guy. I did not know this had the massive collapse yesterday. This was at $23. This is this SDOT that's been, super active. I mean, there's no reason why it should have got up to 40, but that's beside the point. This was $23 and it closed down here at 8. I don't recall that happening. Anyway, it's popping, but I mean, understand it's up. Yeah, it's up 42%. That's after the devastating drop. I guess it's an equity sale. Yeah, I don't really remember this happening. It's never been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No question. I mean, there's no reason why this happened from $2 all the way up to 40. No reason other than the fact it's a low float and it became a trading vehicle. That's the only reason. Certainly zero fundamental reason that I can find. It's not in a sector that is it's a restaurant chain business. Anyway, MNTS, let's see what this one is going to do today. This has been a super active one, of course, starting back here, back in early May. Actually, about a month ago, May 22nd. May 22nd is when it had its big, giant 2 days. Been fading a little bit. Had a nice day here, but right underneath the 200-day moving average right now. 200-day moving average, 1176, so about $1 underneath. Got up to, look at that, it got almost right to the penny, about a dime from the 200-day moving average this morning. And they did have some news after the company announced a new commercial contract with the University of Colorado Boulder's LASP to provide in-orbit services. Of course, this was one of those ones that was just ripping ahead of the big IPO. But like most of them, completely gave it up. How's Lunar doing this morning? LUNR? Yeah, nothing. OCUL is halted for news. Okay, this is a news halt. As some of you are aware, most of you are aware, but some of you may not be aware. Stocks do not get halted in the pre-market for volatility, but they can get halted, of course, if there's news. Well, I didn't see the company. Defense. What I saw was a couple of analysts, RBC maintaining coverage and an outperform with a target of 75. I saw that, or 78. I saw Cowen, some guy from Cowen, and Scotiabank also with a target of 65. And I saw Cowen also, and he said, so I didn't see the actual company. I didn't see what the company said. Here we go. Oh, this is after. It says aware of short seller report. Reiterating the guidance. Okay. Is that it? But it is a little interesting. Now, conspiracy theories. These companies, RBC and TD and Scotiabank, maybe they got a lot of clients in there. But Scotiabank cuts the target to 65 from 72, but still, it's above the current price. Did you see the comments from the guy from TD Cowen? All right. What else? A lot. ALOT. This looks to be taken private. Okay. So this is actually a buyout. We're going to be taken private. $272 million deal. Boy, a lot of big pops in the pre-market, guys, and then massive drops. Look at this one. I mean, UTSI gets up to $10.27, back down to $3, still up 16%. But my goodness, I mean, just horrible price action. Unless you're short. I actually had shorts available. Wasn't up then, unfortunately, but the Cures, QURE. Okay, now at least this is kind of hanging in there, trading higher after the company announced the FDA found the 3-year analysis from the phase 1/2 study acceptable. Okay, not phenomenal, but it's acceptable. Okay, so anyway, that's a massive jump. I mean, okay, so it got up to 53. It is pulled back down to 45. Still up 68%. Not a crazy high, not really a high float, not low. Right now, as we speak, underneath the VWAP, okay, underneath the VWAP, and it's QURE. Tons of shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers in case it really wants to start sliding away. All right. Well, this could be the interesting one, guys. I mean, if it doesn't, if it gets blocked by the VWAP constantly. Yeah, I saw Lazar, right? Or Lazy Boy. That's on the top of my. I was just going to get to that one. Lazy Boy, yeah. LZB is an earnings play. Yeah, I had earnings after hours yesterday, and a big, beat raise. Is it a raise also? Beat raise? You know, we haven't seen too many of the beat raises doing this well. Not in the last 3 weeks or so. They've all been fading badly. In line, okay. Well, beat in line, okay. Well, you can kind of see that this PTRN, guys, is right at the high of 2 days ago. Okay, right at the high of 2 days ago, which would have been Monday. 1974 is the high, and it's right at 1974. If it can really take that out, then the next high is way up here at 2142. So Inti 649. Did you hear what I said earlier? You said you were a new member. Hopefully, you were still around. You asked a question in the support question in the support questions tab. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors before the market 9:30 open. See what's happening. The market is basically flat. The SPY's up a little bit. Let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening ahead of the 9:30 open. So the semis are leading the charge. SMH leading the charge up to 2.4% right now. And what's worse? What's the worst one? XLB, which is the material sector, but not crashing or anything like that, but just a little bit down. But certainly the semis are leading the charge this morning. Okay, SMH. JBL was a beat raise. Okay, I don't have that one on my list. It's because it's too expensive. It's well, not too expensive. It's just outside my price range. Jabil, what do they do? Manufacturing services and solutions. All-time high, yeah, all-time high for JBL. Wow, JBL, all-time high. Not a crazy high float. Only 103 million in the float. 450. You know, that's a big market cap. $415, 103 million, and well, that's at the float. Don't know how many shares outstanding there are. Oh, that's underneath a dollar. That's why I'm not seeing it. VIVK. Okay. Not seeing it. All right. All right, guys. Just looking around, seeing if there's what else have I not talked about? CLPT. See, this isn't a clip art. No, it's not clip art. Okay, CLPT. So this got up to $20. So at least it's challenging. It is challenging the VWAP right now. CLPT. There are a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, just in case that challenge fails. Okay, so this has something to do with Cure. This is why CLPT are up, trading after partner. Oh, it's a partner. Okay, announced. So it's got to tie in with QURE. So that's why this is up. What's up? What is up? Well, actually, the QURE is up a little more. Well, not a little more, 69%, and the CLPT is up 36%. All right, so that's the CLPT, and what else we have here? OBAY. That was a big one from big. It was it was big. It was very big yesterday. The day before was the 51-cent stock, closed here at $1, did get up to $1.29, and big continuation now. Big continuation. And they were awarded a government-funded contract in the U.S. delivering more than $3 million in annual recurring revenue. I wonder if that was yesterday also. When I say yesterday, I'm wondering if this also was the news yesterday. News yesterday was the creator of the world's first AI-powered preventative personal security platform, the first one. Ah, okay, William. Okay. I know you said you might be able to keep it open Wednesday. On Wednesday, if you chose to, but that's okay. Now, today is FOMC day. So we have the minutes at 2. We do have a presser at 2:30. I guess the new guy, that'll be his first 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 address. How could I forget? But this is a symbol for Bed Bath and Beyond. Don't know why it didn't show up when I typed in bed though. Anyway, so Bed Bath and Beyond sinking somewhat, not somewhat, because they're buying this company called FTHM. Market doesn't like that. Okay, guys, let's see what else won races this morning. ELTX, just want to race. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, at least it's holding. Okay, it hasn't completely given it up. 375 is sitting at the VWAP right now. This is another one that got absolutely hammered down a few days ago. And they're reporting reports complete responses in pancreatic cancer trial. I mean, it got hammered down for a reason. I'm sure it was because of the trial. Morning, Frito-Lay. Okay, guys, and again, ahead of the open, the SPY is, basically just hanging around the VWAP and a little bit of a pop, nothing much. It's only up a point. Well, it certainly has room. I suppose if you look at the pre-market high, it's got room. It's still hanging around the VWAP, EHGO, still hanging around the VWAP. Got to clear it. I don't see any news on this one. Not that there has to be. The news is really this: China, low float. There's your news. 55 million have traded already. The float turnover already is 44 times. On no news that I can see. Anybody find any news on it? But somewhere in the world, some group is pumping the heck out of it, and it's catching on. Probably a good idea to put a price alert maybe around the 486 mark. That would clear it a little bit from the VWAP. It gets close to 5. And if it does that on volume, that might get it running. And again, this is the pre-market high up here, around $8, a little over $8 for the EHGO A Go. For whatever reason, BitGo is on the move here. I don't mean Bitcoin, but BitGo, BDGO, announces a $50 million share repurchase program. Okay. I love all these ones, they may repurchase up to 50 million. So it could be $1. And today, again, I'll be keeping an eye on my daily trend reversals. I will pay a lot more attention depending on what happens today, of course. We get a lot of shorts of the ETFs, which I completely disregarded yesterday. I will not disregard. It doesn't mean I'm just going to take them just because they're going to appear, but I'm certainly going to look at them a lot more closely. Look what's happening, guys. I was looking at this as a potential fade. Here is the cure, but it's fading already. Shoot. I was hoping it would hang around that VWAP a little bit longer, but there's a $3 drop already, QURE. So in this one, well, that's interesting, guys. CLPT is not dropping yet. Keep an eye on this one. Okay, there are a lot of shorts. Well, Interactive Brokers. Cure is dropping, and there's a huge tie-in. This is it's a partner tie-in. Okay, but CLPT is not dropping yet. Yet QURE is. So this is still hanging around the VWAP. So you might want to. We probably should be watching this to see if this starts fading. The fact that QURE is fading now. Yeah, it's already a little ahead of the market open, but you're right. It is popping through the VWAP. I really have to look at that CLPT. Yeah, I mean, it's just too, I cannot do it yet. I mean, it happened so quickly. I'm not going to chase it now. Oh, market's open, guys. So let me get rid of this. So have a great trading day, everybody. This looks like it. Well, I was going to say it looks like it's going to get halted, but no, it's not. Well, I hope you took it, PJ. It just went too quickly for me. No news, right? No news. It's just low flow China stock on the run. This is getting into halt territory. Whoa, and SpaceX just popped. Briefly though, right, Matt? I mean, it was yeah, I mean, it got down to 1666 and now it's popped up $1, so it's right back up. So hopefully you just took that as a quick and watching QURE at the same time. Ah, so Lion actually is popping here, guys. So again, the big news yesterday was the rumor that Netflix was going to buy them, and then Netflix came out today and said, "Nope." Now, it doesn't mean it'll never happen, but they're basically saying whatever that rumor was. Wow, good one, PJEHGO. Good one. It just went too fast for me. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I would want to. Well, let's see now. Not that I would want to short it necessarily, but there's just none available. Well, had this happened market hours, I would have probably, I don't like trading in the first half hour, excuse me, or first 15 minutes. But had this happened, right at the market, I mean that was 925. Yeah, it just went too quickly, and I'm not going to chase. It's okay. Something else will pop in. FTHM. Oh, again, this is the one that's being bought by Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay. That CLPT now. CLPT. I have this one thumbnail, so I have an idea what's going on. Yeah, the spread is not good. I don't know what the spread was like, Matt, when you took it. The spread is not good now. 1710, 1740. I mean, it's tightened a little bit, but it's not great. I don't know what it was like when you took the short on it. Todd will go long ICCM on a break of 450. Well, okay, I guess you're long now. It just broke it. There's the VWAP, if you care. I mean, there's the VWAP around $5. So but I know you are. If you took it at 450, if you could get it at 450, that was a pretty big pop. This does have some news. Okay, it does have some news. Not that you absolutely have to have news, of course. Witness the EHGO, which I'm sure PJ is out most of it, if not all. Now this is so, look at this, guys. ICCM challenging the VWAP. I think it's something to do with breast cancer. Well, challenge accepted, and through it right now, ICCM. When he was talking about Sophie yesterday, SOFI looks like it's a bit of a continuation. SOFI. The problem with it that I would have, 1823 is the next high, looking left on the daily. So that's too close. But is this too close? 1877? Not really. Suppose if we could get through that, there's about a 50-cent move potential. Now, of course, some of these could start having some pullbacks into interesting areas. And it really hasn't pulled back. ICCM pulling back into an interesting area, of course, would be the VWAP, right? Potentially. How's this rack space doing? Okay, RXT high yesterday was 711, 716, excuse me. This is a disgusting one. The UTSI popping up to $10, back down to $3, and halted on the way down. Okay, guys, it's getting close to 940. No alerts in the daily trend reversal until at least 940. Doesn't mean there will be one at 940. But that's what I'm concentrating on. Once we get to 940. Okay. Another one that's been very active is the MTEN. Look at this now, MTEN, very active. Another terrible, terrible trade on that day, 959, closing down at 156. But, it's above yesterday's high now, I guess. Barely, 349. The next high looking left, 5. I mean, look, it's got room. It's obviously got room. I mean, the next high looking left is 572, over $2. I was defending CRVO. Okay, I know the ticker, but why would I be defending it? As you call it. Another one that, got up to 742, closed way down here. No, great, guys. 939 plus 50 seconds. So I'm just waiting to see what sort of trend reversal we get. And again, remember, if I get one in here, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade immediately. Okay, we are now 940. So far, no Nothing in the scan yet. I was comparing it to SpaceX, really? Okay. In a good way? Oh, I remember. Well, they're all. I mean, look. I mean, is there any reason why SpaceX should be, whatever the valuation is? I mean, it's just being pumped by everybody. I mean, there's no fundamental reason. I guess that's what I was talking about. But anyway, okay. No trend reversal yet. But all these, I mean, every one of these low float stocks, of course, all we're trying to do is take advantage of the pump and get out without, and certainly not holding. We're never marrying these things. This S dot, I was thinking about this one. S dot, okay, it's over the VWAP now. Come on. Okay, guys, we have one, the M10, MTEN. Okay, we have the M10. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? It's the first one that showed up, M10, 363. Didn't quite get it at 363, but in fact, and I'm going, this got halted? No. It just got halted. It just got halted at $4 or at 384. So we'll see what happens when it opens. Yes, MYSE. Yes, you're right, Hermes. I saw that one yesterday, and also the FLZH. But I saw this morning it was one of the ones that was down. All right. Well, I got to keep my fingers crossed now for the MTEN. Usually the first halt is not bad. Okay. I was going to, but I was trying to get out at some at 385, not because of the halt, but I wanted to get out some just before the whole number. But then what I was noticing is it's not moving. This is going to get halted. So that's what happened. So this one showed up also, but it's not available for short sale for me at Interactive Brokers, TDIC. So I can't do anything with that one. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:47 plus 39 seconds. CarMax is an earnings. Sorry, it's not CarMax. It says, yes, it is. Sorry. CarMax is an earnings play. Is this the one that you said that were some insider sales? So you must have tried to take a bounce on it, right, William? KMX? And it didn't work for you, but now it would be working. But there were some, CVNAs, Carvana, excuse me. So anyway, this is an earnings play. I don't know if it was a miss lower. Okay, SPY's a little bit of a pop here for the SPY. Interesting. So these are the ones that showed up yesterday in the scan, okay, on the short side. The AVGX. This is just the 2x8. So now I have to make up my mind. Do I want to do those on the long side today? But first things first, okay? We got to. So far, this is looking not bad. There's the halt price for MTEN 384. Potential open in this area. My finger will be on the submit button. So I guess these are two for is AVL. And yeah, so these are a couple. This is they're both 2 times 167,000 on that one. So, kind of the same price and kind of the same volume. Okay, 30. So in about a minute from now, this is going to be a 4-minute halt, a 5-minute halt for the MTEN. Nope, not yet. Not yet. It's a 9, nothing will happen until at least 9:40, but it doesn't mean something will happen at 9:40, John. So, well, this is one that Interactive Brokers did not block me from buying. You're right. I don't know if it's the sub 1 millions in the float. Okay, so this is going to open in 9 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. So I got my finger on the submit button just in case something bad happens. Doesn't look like anything bad is going to happen, but I may take some off almost immediately. Shoot. Okay, well, it's going to be now. It looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but gives it more chance to maybe drift down a bit. So these halts are typically, I would say that I don't know what percentage I want to affix to it, but 95%, 99%, usually they are 5-minute halts. And if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's going to be a multiple of 5, and the next multiple of 5 is 10. So this is so I'm going to be looking at 9:52 plus 39 seconds. Oh God, really, FinFan? Yeah. Is that surprising? All right, Sarepta guys is on the move here. Sarepta, SRPT. You can't do it now. I mean, you're chasing it. I'm just drawing your attention though. 1762 is the next high. So if it ever sort of pulled back a bit and then relaxed a bit and then maybe started to move again, the next high is 1764. All right. Well, as I wait for the M10 to open, this has got to be about, I don't know if it's the 10th. I don't know if it's double digits yet. But until last year, I can't recall being in any halts. But I got into a few halts. I didn't do it on purpose. I mean, I didn't know the stock was going to get halted, of course, and they all worked. Well, I think they all worked. Usually the first halt is okay. Can't remember one not working. Working meaning it didn't collapse coming out of the halt. Okay, guys. Well, the cure, QURE, is still tempting the VWAP. Okay, see that purple line on my chart? So is it going to act as resistance again, or is it finally going to break through? I mean, it's up 68%. So I mean, it's weren't they supposed to sign this deal on Friday in Geneva? Wasn't that the big news coming out of the G7? Anyway, there's Sarepta, guys, and ELTX. Okay, ELTX. This was one from one of the big ones this morning. Remember now, got for all the reasons why it got hammered down 2 days ago. They're still there. Okay, 9:52. So we're getting close to the 10-minute halt. So we're at 9:52 plus 11 seconds. So another 20 seconds or so. Okay, 5 seconds or so. If this is going to be a 5-minute halt, finger on the submit button. Open. Okay, I've just taken some off, just underneath 4. Let's see if it can pop through 4, though. Come on, you can do it. A little price alert just over here. All right, guys, I'm out. I'm out. It almost got through 4, almost, and but it got stuck there, so I'm out. I did okay. It wasn't. I was really hoping it would. It looked like it was going to pop through 4. Of course, the big deal about, and it still might. It still might, but I'm not going to run the risk of it having really collapsed on me. I mean, the big attraction to it, of course, was the fact that 564 is the next high looking left. Okay. Yeah, I can breathe a little easier. So the UTSI showed up on that scan. I don't know about that one though. I mean, that's such a drop from the high in the pre-market, 1032, all the way down to 276. A lot of it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. So I'm not sure, even though it's showing up on the scan, this is what I'm talking about at 357. But then it drops so much. But let's see now. I will put a price alert. I mean, if it can clear this 371, this looks like maybe it can go on a bit of a run, but I'm not going to anticipate it will. Now, I think there are shares available for me on this one, this CMTL to short. Don't typically short stocks under $5. The next low looking, this was an earnings play here, and the low here is, where's that low? 262. So it's right there, man. 262. But the next low is 248 on a monthly chart. So it's a little too close. So I'm not as interested then. Had the next low been down here around 188, I probably would take this short of CMTL, but it's too close. ICCM halted. Well, the high, the high in the pre-market was 838, but you're right, the high of the day. This is the potential open. Mike in our YouTube room asked. Here's the potential open. No big clue as to where it's going to open. I mean, obviously, if there is that the high of the day? Yeah, no. This is the high of the day, but remember, these are the pre-market highs. 725 is one of them, and then up here at 835. Those are the pre-market highs for ICCM. So any play, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen on the open. Is this the first halt? Looks like it's the first halt of the day for it. INLF, what happened? INLF halted on the way down. Yeah, I'm not wild about this one, guys. I know it showed up in the reversal scan, but you know, this is pretty brutal. The drop from 1025 down to 279 in the pre-market. Yeah, SBCX. Well, maybe I should have held my the SSBC short. No, I'm glad it. Yeah, it just went negative. Will this be the first negative day in its brief life? And take a look at the SSBC. So if you really thought that SpaceX was really going to start giving up 200, this is how you can buy this one. This is a 2-time, plenty of volume, lots of volume. This is an ETF designed specifically for SBCX. So if you thought SBCX was going to continue down, you can buy this one. You'll get double the move. You can see right now, SBCX should be down about not quite 2%. Yeah. So you can see, well, now it is. Wow. So now, again, this is exploding now. You can just directly correlate it to SSPX. SPCX. Now, conversely, if you thought the stock SPCX was going to rebound at some point, you could buy this one. Way cheaper, of course. You could buy this one. You'll get double the move on the way up. So just a couple of ways to play SPCX on the long side and the short side. Meanwhile, ICCM came out of its halt and exploded. So it was halted at 646 and it exploded. And it is now 10 o'clock. So you know what that means. It means homepage time. Okay, guys, both CLPT and QURE are moving higher, okay? And they're tied. They're partnered. Well, had the big news, and CLPT is a partner of theirs. So that's why they're both moving. Well, that's why CLPT is moving because of the QURE news. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. And yes, so he has changed it. So simplified version of the promo code, 15% off. Okay, so you can get 15% off if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. 15% off the first month only. The first month only of a Trade Ideas subscription, or 15% off the entire year if you're willing to take out an annual subscription. And it doesn't matter which plan you pick, either the standard or premium. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room, the trading room here. Both hear me and see my screen, okay? But this room, the trading room, a lot more active, a lot more interaction amongst traders. Plus, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So Obi does that. So again, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what I'm talking about, this is a free room also. So again, if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders and also a room that's open in the pre-market, you can come in here. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15 a.m. all times Eastern, of course. Okay. So that's the trading room. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you are thinking about it, okay, click on my homepage link and go down to that education section right here. Click on the more info and getting started with Trade Ideas. So there are 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory that you do this, okay? If you are starting out with Trade Ideas. But I also think it's mandatory to do it if you don't know this product and you're thinking about it. Why would you subscribe to something when you know nothing about it? So at least this will give you an idea. If you start off with that second video, go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program are. Okay, and then make a more informed reason why you might take out a subscription. You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, you can just unsubscribe. Okay, so that's my recommendation. If you're new to trading, back to basics. This is for you. If you're new to trading, free videos. There are 15 of them. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are, custom scans. Technically, they're not all scans, but these are two races. This is a large cap race here. This is the volatile race is right here, the biggest gainers. This is the volatile race right here. Pulse resumes is down here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. The only one I have up and running is the daily trend reversals, though. This is where I found. I was hoping the M10 would, when it got to 4, it would really put on another 50 cents or so, but worked out not badly for me. But that's this scan right there, the daily trend reversals. Okay. So if you have any questions about the scans, this is both rooms. Both the trading rooms are support rooms, also not just trading rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Man, look at that SPCX. or more importantly, look at SSPC. Well, where is their support, if there's any support? Okay, now both these moving at these VWAP should be the same. I don't mean the same price, but the same idea. So let me take a look at SPCX, and I'm wrong. So this is way in. So it must be again. And so I am completely wrong on that. SPCX is way under the VWAP. No, I am right. Okay, that would only work if it popped up. Okay, so but it's way under the VWAP. So at this point, there's no, I mean, if you're looking for some kind of a support area, I mean, that's way down here. No, but I don't know if it's going to get down to 168. But that is the next low looking left. Now, a close, you might look at a close, which is 192, and it's already popped. So that, what did it get down to? Did it get it down to 190? So it got down, it got down to that close. That's where it got to. Okay, the close of 2 days ago. And that is what so far has helped it, it sort of propped it up, acted as a bit of support. That close right there so far. Well, Olin, of course, is the one that got hit hard yesterday. They're buying, so it's coming back. They were buying HUN, so my guess is that HUN is also coming back. Yeah, so they're both. It's all stock. It's an all stock transaction, so that's why HUN is tied. You know, this as this one as OLN moves up, this one will move up. It should anyway. This is an all stock transaction. Though this one is trading a little bit more on its own. Now the problem is that I mean it may not close, even though both boards accepted it. Both the boards of OLN and HUN accepted it, but it's not supposed to close until the first half of 2000 and well next year, 2027. So a lot can happen between now and then. Well, interesting, guys. QURE is actually moving higher, but CLPT is not really following. Let's take a look at the sectors now. Okay, I want to go over. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, then click on dock channel bar. I'm just going to do a quick check with the dev guys. You know, this is a little bit late now, 10:09. I'm talking about no alerts for AI. It can just mean ah. Okay, guys. So this got halted. Halted on the way down. Excuse me, INLF. Just absolutely crashing. 500,000 in the float. China stock. Excuse me. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, QURE. What's the float on this one? 61 million. It took out the VWAP, but CLPT is not following. So I'm wondering if it's just lagging and it'll start to follow because this is their partner. And QURE is the one that had the news. But it's still interesting. It's still hanging around the VWAP. So what I was going to do is go to the, again, dock channel bar, click on new from the toolbar, then click on dock channel bar. I repeat it all the time because don't click on channel bar, dock to channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more. Ooh, M10 is coming back, guys. M10 coming back. Not happening. And then I'm going to click on the sector status down here. And we're going to take a look at some of the major sectors and see what's happening now. See if there's so SMH. So we saw this in the pre-market. This is the same top list window that I showed in the pre-market. Interesting though, no, SMH is still leading. Okay, top sector right now, and at the bottom, communications. Communications is the weakest sector as we speak. Funny, well, not funny, but XLB was the weak sector in the pre-market, but it has gone mildly positive. So this is at a glance, okay? At a glance, what's happening with the major sectors? Now, here's how you can dive into some of those major sectors. Look at energy. Every single stock, EQT is basically zero, okay? So it is basically unchanged from yesterday, but every single stock other than that one is down for the day. SLB is the worst one. And here's how you can dive into look at this utility is kind of a weird one, but here NRG is the top one. What's the worst one? Yeah, they're usually not that dynamic, either up or down. So look at technology, XLK. So 58% are up for the day up from yesterday. So look at AMAT. AMAT is up 8.6%. That's a big move. I mean, it's a big float. I don't know what's happening here, but it's not an earnings play. But look, that's a big move with that float. What's the worst one? ON, it's down 2%. IBM's down 1.8%. Same thing with communications. Here's the best one, NWSA, but the worst one is it Lion? No, I don't know if it's in. Here's a T-Mobile. Oh, sorry, AT&T. Excuse me, AT&T. Down 2.7%. So get the idea here. You can kind of go into these major sectors, find out what the top stock is and what the worst stock is in terms of yesterday's close. So this might be a way in which some of you use trade ideas. Well, I saw Snap after hours yesterday was just getting kicked. I don't think this is Snapchat, right? I've never even tried it, but yeah, I mean, it's still down 5%. I mean, I think its all-time low is down here. I mean, if you're looking for a bounce, well, I mean, look, 473 up to, I mean, that's not a big bounce. I suppose if it can take out 5, but it's pretty bleak. I mean, it's got to hold the VWAP again. Well, that's why I did not want to take the UTSI, even though it came from my scan here. Okay. Didn't like it because of what happened in the pre-market. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert at around 4 for M10. Maybe later on in the day, it takes that out. Why would I care? Well, look left. And, well, I'm sorry, look left right here, sorry. And there's the next high looking left, which is certainly far enough away if it took out 4 at 568. Yeah, I did not change it, unusual. I did not change my price range to show the stocks under 2. Links. Let's take a look at links. Okay, LNKS. So this one, this has been active. I mean, this is now. Understand this never hit $380. Okay, this is reverse. This is reverse split adjusted. Low float, 1.3 million in the float. Enters into a sale, a purchase agreement with Mantak Lao. In which Linkers agrees to purchase and Lao conditionally agreed to sell 150,000 shares of 9% or 29% of LPW Electronics. Okay. So that's the reason for the LKNS pop. Well, you know, this is the next high looking left for this AVGO. AVGG. This is a 2-time long for AVGO. So the stock itself is up 4.5%. That's why this is up 9%. Okay, so the stock AVGO is up around 4.5%. And you know, I guess it's a semi, right? So semis are doing well. SMH doing well. Yeah, there may be an issue. There may be an issue with the AI this morning. I don't know. I'm just trying to find out if there is, because it's usually we'll get some, you know, between 9:40 and 10. Okay, guys, want to go over this race right here, the concept of racing. But as always, before I do, I want to direct you to the user guide. So all the things I'm going to talk about regarding racing is in the user guide. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit until you get to that education section, click on the more info. And at the top here, at the top here is the user guide. Click on the user guide and right here, TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to talk about here is your reference, okay, to TI stock racing. And everything I'm saying is customizable. So the first thing I'm going to say is I'm running a 4-minute race. You can change the time frame to whatever you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. What that really means is that after 4 minutes, another race will start. So what's happening right now is that Lynx, LNKS, since the race started almost 3 minutes ago, Lynx has moved 14.5%. That's what that means. Okay. ICCM has moved 12.6% at the end of the race, and now it's taken over. In fact, it's taken over in a big way. Since the race started, ICCM has moved 38%. You can see now it's, you know, it's a cheaper stock, but that's what's happened since the race started. And what happens is, and this is why I think it's an interesting idea for some of you, especially if you're starting out, But even if you're not starting out, even if you've got a ton of trading experience, but maybe you're not too used to this platform, or even if you're used to the platform, this might be an interesting thing for you to do. Because what happens is it creates a top 10 list for you automatically. Both of these races, okay, I'll go over this race afterwards, but this is the more volatile race. But both of these races create a top 10 list for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So if we have another 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, if this hangs on to the 27%, then it's going to win its 11th race. That's what the number means beside the stock. So ICCM is 111, CLWT 6, etc. And it automatically creates this top 10 list for you. So these are stocks that should be followed all day long. It's that simple. I'm not saying just because a stock is leading a race, you just take the trade. Of course not. But it gives you focus. It gives you a watch list to concentrate on all day long. So obviously, if you see a stock leading a race, sure, click on it. You don't have to wait for a race to be over, though, for you to click on it. You see a stock leading a race, click on it. You know, here's it's moving again. You see any stock in this list right now, click on it. You don't know until you click on it, you don't know what you're going to see. You know, MTEN kind of came into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP's going to act as support. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you might look at that and go, okay, I'll take the trade, put my stop just under the VWAP. Again, not saying to do it, but it's an idea. Okay. Any stock that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. We don't know until you click on it. MNTS has been a very active stock. I mean, this might be, you know, some of you may look at this and go, well, maybe it's bounce worthy now. You know, it's way underneath the VWAP, which could act as a bit of a magnet. Okay. I mean, it all depends on your trading style, of course. You know, you look at MNTS, the low yesterday was 917. Maybe allow it to get even closer if it does. I mean, it was up a lot this morning, but it is, you know, obviously completely faded, broke underneath the VWAP. But maybe for some of you, this is bounce worthy. So that's the concept. Okay. Now, why are these stocks showing up? All races start from a top list window. If I'm going to open the top, so when I right click in the body of the race, one of the options is open top list. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in this race, there's an option, launch real-time stock race. Okay. Again, why are these stocks showing up though in my top list window? Because when I right click and I click on configure, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum 200,000 shares have traded up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. Hopefully it's starting to dawn on you. That doesn't have to be what you want to see. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race based on that. This just happens to be what I want to see. You can always make changes, of course. The top list, and it can still be used in this fashion, as long as you have a column header, which I do, of course, the change from the close, that's changed from yesterday's close. And I've sorted on it. The C percent, that's a change from yesterday's close, and I've sorted on it. And so with my filters in place, ICCM is the one that's moved the most. This is the one that's up the most today with those filters in place. In other words, the price range I'm looking at and the minimum volume that I'm looking at. Are there stocks that are maybe up more than 284%? Sure, there could be, you know, but it depends. You know, if you're looking at penny stocks, there could be stocks like that. But in my set of parameters, this is the top mover, and all the way down the list. If I want to see the stock that's moved the most from its opening trade of the day, I can sort on. That's what that change from the open percent. That's what that means. ICCM is still leading that one, but you know, look at the S dot. So you can see a top list can be used, you know, to rank stocks. You know, show me the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So these stocks that are up here, more than likely, you're going to see them in this list of stocks all day long. Why? Because they're super active. And, there's a lot of people around the world following these stocks. But the beauty of the race is that the race does not care where it is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. Here's this one, my old DXYZ. Well, it's up 5%. But what if, again, what if it really catches a bid again? And it's up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you ever know? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race, again, does not discriminate. It doesn't have to be near the high. It could be, or at the top, it could be way down here. As long as it's the one that's moving the most, you're going to see it. Because people ask all the time, well, I don't want to see a stock that's already up 300%. I'm going to say, why not? Because at the end of the day, this could be up 600%. I'm not saying it's going to be, but these active stocks, I mean, just because a stock is up 300% does not mean it's going to keep moving. Not going to keep moving. Or you look at it, maybe it pulls back to a level that you like. So that's the concept of racing, okay? Now, this race is quite different. This is a large cap race. It still builds a top 10 list for you. And if I were starting out trading, I'd probably watch this one instead of this one, even though this one is way more exciting. And look at the S-dot, boy. This is way more exciting, yes. But with excitement comes peril, okay? Because, these things can go up very quickly, but they can drop just as quickly, if not more quickly. I'm not saying that you can't get any, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah, there is something going on with the AI. Is confirmation, John? There is something going on with it. Now look at the cure now, guys. QURE. So let me get back to this race over here. Okay, so again, because it's a large cap race, they're not going to be as dynamic, not going to be up as much, down as much. This is interesting though, because you notice the percentage here. There's 2.29%. And we even have one at 1.8. I'm not saying it's rare, but we don't often get stocks that have moved over 1% in this race. Okay. And that's what you're talking about, NAVN, William. Because in this race, as you've seen, you can get stocks that are up, in the race 30%. Here's 4%. This race is not usually, you don't usually see stocks that are up 1% in the race. Why? Right click, open the top list. And I was hoping to see this. What's the big difference, guys? Look at the length of this list compared to this list. There's only 4 in here right now. That does not mean these are the 4 for the day. Why are there only 4? I've got 3 filters in here that are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. I've done that obviously by design. You don't have to do the same thing, but here the float has to be at least 50 million. The market cap has to be at least 500 million. And let me get to this one a little more clear here. The position in the days range, that's what this filter is. So if you have a daily candle, like the daily candle here for NAVN, you can see that NAVN is right at the top here, right at almost at the high of the day. That's what that 95 means. If I had 100 there, that would mean the stock would have to be literally at the high of the day. So at 95% in the candle, it's going to be very close to the high of the day. And you can see right there, here's the daily candle, that little jut on the right of my bar. That means it's near the high of the day. Those filters are not here. That's why this is more wide open. But notice what happened. This list expanded. This is not a static list for the day. The list just expanded because I should add the relative volume. No, not the relative. I should add, well, okay, probably the XP just showed up because now it's up 2.8%. Okay, remember my minimum has to be 2% as an example. And it's near, this is the day, this is that daily candle position in the range. So that's what happens. Stocks can come in and out all day long of this list. Meanwhile, at NAVN, yeah, that is a big move. It's not a huge float, 79 million, not a huge float, but so if there are any questions about my scans, the races, or anything else, trade ideas related, again, ask away. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If it's an accounting question, that's one thing I cannot answer, but I can answer, or I can direct you to the people who can. All right, guys. Well, today is Wednesday, so I'm just checking to see whether or not Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will actually start a YouTube stream at noon Eastern. And that's what he typically does. An opportunity to ask questions of the CEO of Trade Ideas. Oh man, I thought about it. I did think about it, but thinking about it and not doing it are two different things. But look at this S dot. Hmm. My old laptop died, not mine, but talking to Doug Jane in our YouTube room, my old laptop died. I'm looking for a new one. Well, I would say the big thing is the RAM, okay? Excuse me, just give me a moment. So I would say Pepe, you can probably back me up on this. I mean, somebody's looking for a new laptop. I would say the big thing is the RAM, probably a minimum of 16 gigs. Okay, the more the merrier, though. And after that, I mean, I don't know what. I think that's probably the key. Graphics card. Oh, there you go. So Pepe is saying the RAM and the graphics card. Okay. So am I right? 16, sort of the min. I know you would say 32, but 16 the min, and then a good graphics card. Okay, Doug. Don't go cheap on the RAM. All right. Well, Pepe's saying 32. Any graphics card? I think it's more about doesn't the graphics card has some RAM in it too, right, Pepe? I mean, obviously NVIDIA is the big one, but I don't know if it has to be an NVIDIA graphics card. But NVIDIA, of course, is the name one. Now, I understand Pepe does not work for Trade Ideas, but he is extremely helpful to me and Trade Ideas because he's my IT guru. Yeah, I'm a fan of the gaming PCs. Yes. Also depends what I mean, look, I mean, I'm streaming two trading rooms. Of course, I've got Trade Ideas going. I've got my brokerage platform going, and then later on I do a video. So I mean, I've got a lot of stuff going on. You know, I'm so tempted to short this CLPT. This QURE is dropping again, and they get posted, Alex. They get posted on the YouTube on our YouTube site. Trade Ideas YouTube site. They get sent out if you sign up for the email. They do get sent out to people, I believe. It's just a quick video I do. It's less than a minute. I race through them. I'm told I have to keep it less than a minute in order to get it into YouTube. Well, you can post anything you want in terms of time, but into a special section in YouTube, the less than 1 minuters. So, well, Argentina is just halted on the way up, or halted on the way, halted on the way down, then halted on the way up. Well, I think you'd be hard pressed, Doug, Jane, to find. Well, maybe it's not in every computer, but you're talking about the SSD. I mean, I think that most computers now. I mean, it depends how rapidly you want the computer to reboot or to boot, I suppose. If it doesn't matter to you, boy, I remember the old days though. If Trade Ideas went down, for instance, and I had to do a reboot of my computer, it could take 3 or 4 minutes. So I guess that all depends. Here's AMC. I have no idea why this one is moving at all. How about Lionsgate? Did it recover a bit? New rumor out, maybe? Not really. Keep an eye on that M10, guys. So later on in the day, takes out 4. Do they still Pepe? Obviously they do. I mean, maybe the cheapest, but if you get 32 RAM, I mean, isn't it wouldn't a computer have SSD, or is that not, am I just being incorrect by saying that? I just thought that SSD is sort of standard now, but I obviously not. Yeah, the spy is did you say he's talking that was 45 minutes ago? Let's see, when you said that, is it 45 minutes now? Sorry, William. I know you posted something about he's going to talk in about 45 minutes. I don't know if it's 40. I don't know if it's, oh, he's already talked. Okay. What did he have to say? Ooh, okay. Okay. I know PLBL just showed up on the scan. Okay. The reversal scan. So a couple of things. Will I take it? No. There's the next high looking left. And if it broke through that, yeah, I don't, not in love with it. So why I won't take this one, okay? The PLBL, even though it showed up in the scan, there were a couple of reasons. I didn't like the spread. Now the spread is really atrocious. So that's one reason. The next reason was that the next high was too close. Remember, we got the alert at 9:20. You look left, and the next high on the daily chart is was here at 9:30. So I would never take it. Okay. No, there's something wrong, Jay, via with the AI. Okay, guys. I am now looking at not this one. Okay, you can't trade this one. Okay, you cannot trade this. I mean, look at the spread again. Too bad. So yeah, so again, this AVGG showed up in the scan. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, I've got, I do have my compare count window just to give me some stocks to look at. And every time I click on a symbol, though, not every time, but many times when I'm clicking on a symbol, it's too close to the next high. This is Runaway, also Greenland Energy, a blank check company. Okay, I didn't know that. Are you kidding me? Dr. Phil's Envoy Media to launch original Greenland Arctic adventure exploration docu series. Okay, okay. And there is a big drop in the SPY here, guys. Yeah, look at that big red candle or red bar. Okay, big red bar down on the SPY. Let me type in the SPY, see if there's any sort of see right now 1049. I just wanted to see if there's any. Well, at 1022, he said that the MOU is a very strong one. Okay. Would think they would do it. If they don't process, we'll start again. They want to make a deal. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Okay, SP. Okay, so SP in our YouTube room. So here is where you can get some of my scans. Okay, I don't have the entire setup as a layout. but, and I do that because not everybody wants everything I've got. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want. So let me just get my homepage link in the YouTube room. Oops, disregard that. Just give me a moment. I don't think the link copy. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, there's the link. Okay, it actually did copy. Okay, so SP in our YouTube room, click on the link, and then this is what you're going to see. And oops, shoot, that's the problem with the dock. Wish this would stay the same size every time I opened it. Anyway, scroll down, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so the ones you can see, the ones you can actually see, this large cap scan right here. Well, it's a race. This other race is over here. This one, and then the Halse resumes is down here. Now, the charts and everything like that. That's got to be up to you. My time zone, the time frames that I'm looking at are not necessarily what you want. Okay, but as you can see, I'm also sharing other scans. You can take a look at them. I would not, and this is for everybody who's listening, do not load every single one of them and try to create a giant layout of all these scans. You'll have way too much coming at you. But by all means, you can take a look at a scan if it makes sense for you to have it. By all means, take it. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Now, does everybody understand that how to get these? So it's fine. I'm showing these scans. Does everybody understand? And if you don't, just let me know, because I'll go over one, because it's the same for every one of them. How to get them onto your monitor, and then how to get them into your layout. If you don't know how to do that, just let me know, and I'll do one, because they're all the same. It's all the same idea. It's great. I'm showing you here. Here's a scan that I'm sharing, but you might look at that and go, well, I don't know how to get it onto my screen. And that's fine. Just let me know. Also, if you're a new user, should also go here. If you're a new user, and again, I'm talking to SP. Make sure you've done this, though. Okay, before you do anything else, if you've done this, that's fine. But click on my homepage link, click on the education section, go down to the education section, and make sure you have done this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. This covers a lot of what I'm going to go over right now. Okay, 12 short videos to get you started. This is this is mandatory you do this first. Okay? If you're a new user. And that's to anybody who is a new user. But I will go over the one. So here are my scans. So let's just say you wanted to load this one, the large cap gainers, which is right here, the large cap. Okay. Then please, you've got to do those 12 short videos. It's like anything else. This is a software program. There's always a learning curve with any software program. And what we tried to do, though, in 12 short videos is cover the key elements of the program. Okay. So instead of, asking, well, how do you do this? How do you do that? A lot of it is going to be, I'll show you here. Okay. But a lot of the things that you have questions about will be answered in those short videos. I know people don't want to do that. I'm not picking on USP, but I know people don't want to do that. They just want to start. But, you've got to, it's a software program. But for those of you, and also SP, to load, if you wanted to load this large cap gainers, and you're seeing it on my homepage. So basically, this is what you do. You click on the open scan. And what will happen is, on mine anyway, open scan, and you see how now you see there it is up here. Okay. Don't look at this. This is way too complicated. Just listen to me. Okay. You can follow this, but this is very, complicated in my opinion. So once you click on the scan, it's going to show up either in a new tab or overwrite that tab. And here's the link. You can see this is the link. Make sure the window is big enough so you can see the entire link. And now I'm just going to go to the right, and I'm going to drag my mouse and highlight it. Okay, once it's highlighted, then I'm going to copy it. Control C. So I'm going to copy the link. This is just standard web stuff. So copy the link. So now it's copied. Then I go into the toolbar and click on File, Load from Cloud. So basically what you've done is you've put it in the cloud and now load from cloud. And if you've done it correctly, it's going to show up in this box. So you can see it, it ends in ADB3, ADB3. So you know you've done it correctly if that's the same string. And then that's it. Then you just load it. Okay, now load it on another monitor, but here it is. Okay, and that's for every single scan that I've got on my homepage. Same principle. Just click on it, highlight the link, and then File, Load from Cloud. Now, when it's on your monitor, now you have to you should save it into your cloud also. So let's just say you loaded this one and now it's on your monitor. Right click, save or share to cloud. What's happened is it was put in the cloud. You loaded it from the cloud. Now you want to put it into your cloud. Okay. So you would right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Why do that? Well, what happens if I accidentally click the X here? Oh, well, I want to do that, but as long as it's in my cloud, I can just bring it back. Also, once you create a layout, you should save your layout to the cloud. You might have some scans that you create yourself, or you might take some of my scans. You have some charts that you might want, and then you're going to go File, Save or Share to Cloud. Up here, File, Save or Share to Cloud. You probably want to click on Entire Layout, give it a name. I call it something more than layout, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. The layout is now in your cloud. So like somebody said earlier that they have to go out and get a new laptop. Well, if you get a new laptop or desktop, all you have to do is then you download the program, Trade Ideas program, and then instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, File, Load from Cloud, and you can load your layout from the cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch if you buy a new laptop or desktop. I think most people understand how the cloud works, not just our cloud, but the cloud in general. That's what the whole idea of it is. And the other thing is that you can have Trade Ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have it on as many different devices as you want. I can always tell when William is bored or not in a trade that he has to concentrate on. Okay, guys. Ooh, did I miss this one? Hopefully I did not miss this one. GRI. Okay, is this, again, So yes, it came in my daily reversal scan. Do I pile into the trade blind? Of course not. Why wouldn't I? Well, the alert was at 233. There's a high right there at 233. There's a high right there at 233. And there's a high right there at 235. Now, even if it took those out, I mean, I don't like, it doesn't have enough room. If the next high was up here at 276, I'd be all over this. But it isn't, so I'm not. Now, it doesn't mean that later in the day this might just start to rip, but I will not take the trade, even though it's come from my from the scan I'm really loving. Okay, yeah, M10 guys, M10. This might be setting up again if it takes out four. And you know why I liked it earlier, of course, because look at the room it's got. This is what well this is what I look for anyway. You know, look at the M10. The next high looking left is 565. Now I'm not saying that if it gets through four in a that it's going to go to 565, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance or chart chart resistance nearby. This was an AI alert a couple of days ago, and yeah, look at this. So people ask, can the AI? Unfortunately, we've had an issue with the AI today. We recognize it, but people ask, is the AI only good for day trading? Well, I mean, it can be. I mean, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. But I did my video on this one 2 days ago. But look at the HQ. Look how well it closed. So you could have looked at this HQ. First of all, it was a lifetime high here. Also, you could have looked at this HQ. Had you taken this trade from our AI, and you could have said to yourself, "Man, it closed well. I may hold some." You know, I may hold some. Now, did we know it was going to do this? No, of course not. But because it closed so well, I mean, it basically closed near the high of the day. So very strong. There was no sell off. You could have said, you know what, I'm going to hold some and see what happens. Now, obviously, in this case, it would have worked out spectacularly well. I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but HQ has just been a monster, even though it's out of Singapore. I shouldn't not disparaging Singapore, but that's the only issue I would have. China, some of these Singapore, China. I mean, they could spring. That's the only issue about holding these and swinging them, in my opinion. But look at M10, guys. See how I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to take out four. I mean, it got up to four again, and it just and it would not take it out. So I guess what I was saying earlier. Just because these are not, they don't look as dramatic this large cap move. But look how well HQ moved. And you would have seen this. I mean, it's big, 31% move. It's just that within the 4 minute period, sometimes you're just not getting big percentage moves, but it doesn't mean these are bad to trade. It just means that within the 4 minute period, generally speaking, you're not going to get giant percentage moves, but you can get things very steadily up. Okay, guys, time is it now? 11:07. I haven't got a complete confirmation. It'll be Dan Merck in our YouTube room, but I think it is going to be. So in about 50 minutes, 50 minutes from now, I'll be taking my break, and the CEO of Trade Ideas will start his own YouTube stream. So he will not be taking over my stream, my YouTube stream. He'll start a new YouTube stream. So before I leave, I should have, well, Pepe will give it to me. He'll give me the YouTube link, and I'll put them in. Have to put it in YouTube also, so you guys can head over and listen to Dan if you want to. Warby. Well, I guess Snap had some news. I didn't see that, but they have smart glasses. Okay, augmented reality specs for sale. Pricey, $2,100, more than 3 times the cost of Meta's Ray-Ban smart glasses. All right, so why would anybody pay that much? Like, what more does it do? What more does it do? And then Warby is, of course, I don't know if they have glasses like that also. Intelligent eyewear from Warby. Okay, powered by Gemini. I love Gemini. Thank you. Okay, well, there. That's the news regarding AI glasses. So I see SDOT had a big fall because the last time I looked, it was at around $20. Yeah, look at that, $20. So, well, okay. Here it's trying to hold the VWAP though. It is trying to hold the VWAP. The VWAP is 15, yeah, in this area. So it got into the VWAP, and maybe that VWAP will act as really solid support. And so, I mean, if you an idea. So if you took this one again, very speculative. I mean, look at the float, 652,000 in the float. You put your stop, underneath the VWAP. So you got about $1 stop if you took this one right now. And you also have to deal with the spread. So I mean, there's a lot of negative. The positive is that it got up to 20, and this was such an active stock. all the way up to 40 not long ago. How many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 days ago. Prison stock, GEO on the move here, guys. GEO is on the move. So how's the other one doing? CXM. See if the CXM is doing the same thing. And the answer is no. This is really okay. I've got the wrong one. What is it? It's not CXM. What is it? Help me, guys. What's the other one that starts with a C? No, it's not CMTL. No, it's a prison stock. A GEO. If our competitor worked better, we'd see it. No, not CWK. No. I think it's 3 letters also. Gemini. Yeah, I could do that, but I thought we have such brilliant people in this room. I thought somebody would give me the answer immediately. They seem to always trade in tandem, guys. The GEO and the one that starts with C. CXW. There we go. See, that's why William sticks around. Here we go. Core Civic. Yes. So yeah. So this is moving also. Why it's not showing up in this, I have no idea. This should work a lot better. I'll just tell it like it is. I mean, this competitor should work a lot better. It's almost, I don't want to say useless, but it's not as good as it could be. So anyway, is there news on this? So I mean, Geo. So this is up 2%, but Geo looks like it was up a lot more and a more straight line. No, they're both up about the same. And they're both about the same in a lifetime range. I think the other one is around 77% too. And the answer is, yeah, 76%. So that's why. I mean, they both trade kind of the same. Oops. So NAVN, I guess I put a price alert earlier on this one. Now, why did I do that? I don't recall putting a price alert on this one today. Yeah. Yeah, but I would have woke up. I would have been gagging this morning had I. When I was doing this. Well, what did we say about that SPCX? It held the close of, that was the close. That was 192. That held for a while, but now it got down. Wow, got down to 185. I mean, look, the next low is 169. Would that be amazing if it got down there? I know Elon was all upset that he couldn't cash in immediately. I mean, I think, didn't I read that he wanted like normally with IPOs, there's usually a 6-month hold period, sometimes a year, that the insiders cannot get rid of their shares. Well, not just insiders, people who participated in the IPO. ahead of the IPO launching. And there's usually a lockup period. Maybe not. Maybe you're right about Musk. Maybe not selling much stock. Maybe not. But I thought maybe he was trying to get it so that people who did want to sell could sell. But I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I read something about it that somebody was upset that they couldn't almost immediately sell their stock. For other insiders. Okay. But how could they punish them, William? I thought maybe I'm wrong. I've been involved in an IPO like that. Well, not like that, but a long, long, long time ago. And now we were able to sell quite almost right like within a week, I think. But if there is a lockup period, I mean, are you and you've got the stocks? This is a general question. If there is a lockup period and you've got the stock sitting in your account, I mean, are you actually able to sell it? And maybe get penalized somehow, but are you actually, or is it locked? Is there a way that brokerages can actually lock the stock? Maybe somebody knows. I don't know enough about market mechanics like that. Or is it the honor system? Well, you may not care though, Ben, right? I mean, if you're in if you're in an IPO and you've got a lot of shares, I mean, I see what you're saying. You can sell it, but understand we're talking individuals, generally. I'm not talking about big mutual funds. I'm talking about me, who was lucky enough to get it in on an IPO ahead of time because my broker had some shares, and he was a buddy of mine, and so I was able to get some. This is a long time ago. Generally speaking, we cannot get shares like that. So maybe it's changed. I know Webull or Hood or Webull, or I know they were somehow a lot like having an allotment of shares that they could sell to retail customers, so they could take part in an IPO. Anyway, but would I care if I had many, many, many shares of a stock that exploded? That, oh well, I won't be able to take part in another IPO because I didn't hold them. Fortinet, okay. What's happening with FTNT? Dropping on serious news. Don't see the news yet. So it dropped from 146 down to 143. Don't see the news yet. So again, would you really care? I'm talking to Mr. Well, anybody who's saying, you'll get penalized if you sell before the so-called lockup period. Like, I don't know where, if you were able to get, $20 shares for SpaceX, and it went up to $220, and you had a decent number of shares, would you care that you could never participate in an IPO again as an individual? I'm not talking about the mutual funds and big guys. I'm not so sure about that, Poe. But again, Ben, I'm talking about something that exploded, went 10 times in a day and a half. And now, and now you're sitting watching SpaceX maybe go down to 160, or who knows. Anyway, This is just a really off topic. Well, not really off topic, but exactly. Well, I mean, this is typically how it works, right? I mean, Goldman Sachs, if they're part of a large IPO, so they have lots and lots of shares, of course, and then they start doling them out to their big investors, their big clients. Asking, okay, how many do you want? We have this allotment, 5 million shares, 10 million shares. How many do you want? They talk to their top client first. Okay, I want all 10 million. Well, they probably, but you know what? And then eventually, and then then their individual brokers are given some shares, and then those brokers will call some of their big retail customers, perhaps. That's how I got some shares. Not with this one, SpaceX, but a long, long time ago. My buddy was a broker, and he was allotted some shares. He called me up, said, "Do you want some?" I said, "Sure, I'll take some." Anyway, time is it now? 11:22. So M10 is a real tease, guys. It has been teasing another one, two, three, four, about 20 minutes up at that $4 level and then dropping. So just keep putting a price alert for M10 at around the $4 level, and you never know. Later on in the day, it may finally decide it wants to break free. You know, I talked myself out of another one. I did not want to take this AVGG long from the scan. It was the only one. It was the only ETF, 2980. I was more interested in taking some short. Is what I'm talking about. So if you're taking this long, 2980, it's nice, modest move. Got up about $1 on top of that, 3080. Oh yeah, it was not good. I mean, remember how people were dumping all over Facebook at that time, saying why did they have to price their IPO so high and they were greedy, et cetera, et cetera. And it stayed under 28 for a long time, didn't it? For quite a while. It wasn't like, a few days later it got over 28. And it was, and people were just, well, as they say, the rest is history. I've been doing this too long. One day, guys, it'll all be over. So this has got some room, obviously on a weekly chart, guys. RGNX, I got a ton of room on the weekly chart. 1137 is the next high in the weekly chart. So we're sitting at $8. It's over the VWAP. The VWAP's at around 780. So we're over the VWAP. And is there any news on this one today? I don't see any news today on it. It's not a low float, not high, of course, only 46 million. I'm definitely somewhat interested in this one. It's over the whole number and it's got all that room. And I'm talking about the RGNX. Well, I just tried to get some at 816. I couldn't get any. I know the bid is 816 and I know the ask is 819. I'd have to go in at 819 to get it immediately. Okay, now we've got a little bit of a drop. So what I really want to see is if it gets close to 8 again. Okay, I'm going to put a price of it around 807. I want to see if it gets close to 8 again, and then see how well it can hold 8, and then maybe bounce off 8, and then go on a bit of a run. It's just got a ton of room on the weekly chart. I'm talking about the RGNX. I mean, 1135 is the next high. That was the week of May 11th. All right, guys. Well, I don't like the spread right now, but I was able to. Oh no, I didn't get a fill. I did not get a fill. I thought it was going to. I'm looking at the SAT G, guys, but it's very extended, and this is. But now look at the spread. Yeah, 29.43, and of course, satellite stock. And Sats. I mean, this is the two time long. But look at the spread now, 29.43. And this is showing up. I was bound and determined, but I don't like the spread. I was going in at what was I going in at around 1340. I didn't get a fill. I thought I was going to get a fill, but I did not get a fill on to short it. Well, to completely deviate from, I don't know if you know the story of Trivial Pursuit, guys. I don't think anybody plays that anymore, but obviously a mega hit years ago. Started by three guys in Montreal who sat around in a bar and they came up with the idea. Nobody wanted to back them. Nobody wanted to back them. So they tried to do it all on their own, create the board and all that stuff. Finally, they found some kind of they were scrounging money from friends and all that. And some guy, I can't remember who it was. It might have been like, the janitor or something at the place they were working, said, okay, I'll give you $100. And $100 to him at that time meant a lot. And it turned into millions. There's my story. You have to look it up. The Trivial Pursuit story. Three guys in Montreal. So, no, Monica, you're in Toronto, right? Talking about employees getting some shares. He was not an employee, but well, it wasn't just him. I mean, there were a bunch of people to put some money in, and finally, at the beginning, friends and family, and then finally they attracted some financing, not a lot, and the rest, as they say, is history. Well, this market's been pretty choppy now, guys. So we had that big red bar down here, and now we're starting to recover a bit. We're still negative. Well, the SPY is still negative. What's this? So there's a, yeah, actually, it's interesting. The Qs are up. SMH, of course, is still up. The Dow is up, but the SPY is down. And I'm going to put a price alert right around the VWAP for the SPY and see if later on it takes it out. Actually, I think there was even a little movie or a sort of a documentary type thing about the Trivial Pursuit story. Okay, guys, 11:32. So assuming Dan does his thing Wednesdays, again, your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. He's going to start a YouTube stream, his own YouTube stream, doesn't take over mine. At usually he starts a little bit before noon. I'm talking noon Eastern, of course. And Pepe usually is the one who gives me the link. There's something wrong with me, or this doesn't. I don't understand. That did not trigger. I don't know what happened here. This should have triggered. The price alert should have triggered, unless I put it in after it had moved. Oh, there's a SPY triggering, so the price alerts are fine. I wonder if I put that because I wanted to take that RGNX. Unless it had already moved above that price alert. I wanted to take it right around this $8 level, a little over $8. Remember, I was saying, let's see if it pulls back under 8 and then gets back over 8 again. And that's exactly what it did. But I'm not in it. I'm not going to chase it now. So to create a price alert, Dave. Yeah, it was 812, and I was wondering if it would pull back a little bit. I don't understand what happened. I must have maybe that's what it was. I put the price alert at 807 when it was 812. That was dumb. Okay, Dave, your price alert window. Now you can always load your price alert window. You click on new, but you actually don't have to. But I would. If you're not using price alerts, I think everybody should be, because it really helps. You don't have to stare at a chart anymore. But this is how it works. So here's my price alert window. Okay, yeah, I did. I must have put the price alert, when it was already above it. Yeah, stupid. All right, but you see how I put a price alert for the SPY at 750. Okay, so here's how you use the price alert window, I think, in the best way. Okay, first of all, you don't have to have it up and running and taking up any screen space. And even if you have screen space, the reason why is because you want it to pop up on your screen when an alert hits. Okay, so you click on the minimize button. Okay, so or click on that. So now it's minimized. I'll put a price alert up here. So how to create a price alert. So all you have to do is, you can either eyeball it. So I'm going to put a price alert for this one. See how I'm just eyeballing it. There's a little dotted line. Oh man, that was a nice little trade. So if I right click, it's at 8:42. So, okay, I better do it differently because it popped up on my other monitor. So if I right click, so here's the price alert window, or the window that pops up. You just click on create price alert. And if you've eyeballed it well enough, 841, or you could type it in. You don't, normally I don't put any notes. I just save it. Okay, you can put a note in if you want, but notice that it is now above. So let me try to find another one that is, say, bird. No, there is not, Ben. I mean, in theory there is, but there is not. You were asking about SMS. Okay, well, there it is. Okay, so it just popped up. So see how it popped up on my screen? Hit the price alert. Okay, and that's what I mean. So if you minimize it, so it's very simple. You can just go to any chart. I'll go to bird. And if I decide, you know what, maybe I want to take this trade if it gets down to the VWAP area, which is around 550. So I put a price alert there. Okay. So if it hits that, the price alert window will pop up on my screen. Or you can always bracket it if I thought, well, maybe if it takes out that high. So basically, it's just a matter of going to your chart. If you can eyeball it and get to the area you want, right click, create price alert. But if it's not exactly where you want it, I'm at, that says 581. But if you wanted it at 6 or some other number, you just type the number in. You can put a note in if you want. I find I don't really need a note, but for intraday stuff. But it's up to you. But it's so simple to do. Okay? It is so simple to do. And you can put a sound alert on it also. Why would I put a sound alert when it's popping right on my screen? The reason I put a sound alert on this, right click and go to actions. And if you've put a sound alert on your alert window or our AI, it's the same principle, same procedure. You click the play sound and set up the sound. You can click text to speech if you want. You can have it read out by a female voice or a male voice. Or you can go to use custom sound. And then you click select the sound. And then these are 3 folders that we've created for you. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. So if you look at pin action as an example, you click on it, you can open it and then play it. And if you like it, if that's what you want to hear, you'll never not hear it. Then you can say okay a couple of times. I'm not going to, of course, but you can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window. All of this is in the guide. And see, now had the price alert window been minimized, it would have popped up on my screen. So again, why do I put a sound alert on it? Because I have wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer. And so for all of my sound alerts, and the whole idea of sound alerts is that you put a different alert on your different windows. So you'll know which window to look at, especially, well, this is obvious because they're going to pop up on your screen. But if you have an alert, say I have an alert for my halts resumes, I have an alert on another window on my daily trends. So when I hear an alert, I know which window to look at because I have a different alert for the different windows that I have sound alerts for. Hopefully that makes sense. You don't want to have the same sound alert for every window. Otherwise, you won't know what window to look at. All right, guys, it is now 11:40. So if it in fact is going to be Dan doing his YouTube thing in about 20 minutes. I'm just probably won't get a link for about 15 minutes. Remember, I looked at this DXYZ. See how it's moving up in the list. Remember when we were looking at the this was near the bottom of the pack. I'm not saying it's this was at the bottom here, and I said, you know, if this all of a sudden starts to move, how would you know? You know, now it's starting to move. Where is it? Well, it'll be here somewhere. Okay. Okay, guys. So there's the ICCM. So this is probably has pulled back to a level, but you can see, I mean, look, it may hold the VWAP later. It may hold it. It doesn't look great right now, but it's hanging around the VWAP area. You know, later on in the day, maybe it takes out the VWAP and goes on another run. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just looking at some internal Slack messages. No, the buy sell, these are just, this is to do with what we call TI wave, okay? You see how the wave is on the chart? And so what this in theory, well, not in theory, what this means is that, you know, the blue wave was up here. This is a stronger trend, like the blue is a strong trend, and then the transition to orange means the trend is weakening. Now, that's all this means. Now, the problem is, and you know what? If Dan is going to do his YouTube thing, keep asking him. Keep asking him. What we want to eventually have, may never happen, but what we want to have happen is to be able to create your own alert scan that, and the trigger is a buy flag or a sell flag. Okay, that is the trigger, the real-time alert. Right now, we cannot do it. Okay, you can see it after the fact. You know, if you click on a symbol like this is after the fact, but you may look at this right now and go, okay, well, the trend is changing, but that's what it means. Now, the way in which you can get the wave on your chart, this is nothing to do with the AI. Okay, nothing to do with the AI. Is so the first thing is you have to if you right click on a chart, first thing you have to have use browser interface checked. Okay, in order to get, so what I'm describing right now is how to get the wave actually on your chart. How I use the wave is, it's not so much that I care about when I see a buy or sell flag. If I'd been in this one right here, okay, I'll use this as an example because it's on my screen. If I'd been in this one right here, it's a bad example because it's a little bit too choppy, but let me see if I can find one that is a little less choppy. Let's say I'd taken this SDGR. Okay, I looked at this right here. It's got nothing to do with seeing a buy flag earlier. I looked at this right here and said, you know what? I think this VWAP is going to hold it, so I'm going to be in the trade. I take the trade. Now I follow the wave up. No reason for me to get out of the trade, except for one thing that I personally look at. When the bottom of the bar starts losing contact with the top of the wave, I start to think it's getting a little too parabolic. I'd much rather have the bar keep in contact with the top of the wave, because I just sort of think that other people, you know, who may be in the trade might be thinking, getting a little parabolic, I'm going to sell some. So had I been in this trade right here, I probably would sell some right up here, just because that's the way I look at it. But I would not get out of it. I would not get out of my entire position. This is how the wave has helped me keep in trades a lot longer. But if I sell some right here, then I'll just keep in the trade, and until it really starts to transition to orange. That's how I use it. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that's how everybody should use it, but that's how I have found the best way for me to use it. So, but how to get the wave on the chart. So I'm going to duplicate into a free floating window so I have a big chart so I can explain it. And it's part of the standard service. Nothing to do with the AI, okay? So the first thing you have to do, and this is to anybody listening, of course, you right click on the chart and you must click on use browser interface. When you do that, now the wave is going to appear for me because I had already done that before, okay? But for you guys, if you're doing this for the first time, hopefully what you'll see now, you see there's some icons at the top here, and if I'm pointing at the anchor. Right to the left is the indicator icon. So if you click on it, one of the options is TI wave. If I click on that right now, the wave is going to disappear because this is like a toggle on and off. So when I click on it, the wave is going to disappear. So I go back, click on it. For you guys, if you've never done it before, you click on it and the wave should appear. Okay. Now, if you don't, now depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're in, you may see FX. You may see FX as opposed to this indicator icon. And the other thing is, if you don't see any of the indicator icons, that means your chart is too small. Okay. The chart has to be at least, so you can drag your chart up, okay, to make sure until you see the icons. Now, once you've clicked on it, you can put this the chart the size you want, but you have to have the ability to see the icons. Okay, so I can put the size of the chart back. I'll still see the wave. Okay, 162. Does that help? Now, the other thing is, if you want to find out a little bit more about what the idea behind all this is click on New from the toolbar. And then click on dock to channel bar. And then we have a channel called the Ripster Rippers. Okay, click on Ripster Rippers, and there will be a video that'll pop out. Now on mine, it popped sometimes some people say they can't see it. And it'll probably start immediately, though. I know mine does. I can hear Michael talking. If you can't see it, it's possible it's behind. Okay. It could be behind. Okay. It could be behind the layout. Maybe it's on, if you have multiple monitors, it could be on another monitor, but you just have to find it. And that is about a 5-minute long video. And it goes over the concept of the wave. Okay. All right, so there is the link to YouTube. Thank you, Pepe. So this is the link to get in to follow Dan. Oh, he's already got his screen up and running. He's not talking yet, but so he's definitely going to do it. Oh, he is talking now. Okay. Okay, so he's actually talking right now. So there's the link. So for those of you in YouTube, okay, the link I put in YouTube, that is the link to listen to the CEO of Trade. I'm just typing this in. Trade Ideas. This is for the people in YouTube, okay? Okay, so it's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. So you see how the wave can keep you in a trade. Because I almost guarantee that I probably would have been out most of my position had I been in this, because I would have looked at this and gone, maybe a little. Depends where you get it. I mean, if I have it down here, fine. But if I got it up here, that's not that much of a move. I can find another one that is. Let's get rid of this. So here's another one. Okay, another great little VWAP play. You're hanging in. There's no reason to get out of the trade. Just following the wave. And the wave I like is very narrow. Because the narrower the wave, probably easier it is to hold on to the trade because it hasn't gone too parabolic. Now, if I'm in the trade down here, of course I want it to go parabolic. I get it. But if I'm in the trade up here, I'm not, well, okay. I mean, if it all of a sudden had a giant bar up, fine. Okay, guys, so I have to just put my announcement up. I'll be taking off pretty soon because Dan, I know, is talking. So he's probably already, I guess he's already talking. So I don't want to be here while he's talking. So on a break, back around. So this Wednesdays gives me a little bit longer of a break. Normally it's only the hour. Okay, 162. Did that kind of make sense? And again, you can go to YouTube and say, okay, that's all great. How about a real-time alert though? When a buy flag shows up on my alerts, my scans, or a sell flag. Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. So we'll see you guys in about maybe not quite an hour. I mean, I'll probably come back a little bit, maybe a little earlier, but certainly by 1 p.m. Okay, so I'll be on my break now. Okay, guys, I'm back. Dan may still be talking, but I think it's 1 o'clock now, so I'll get back in. I'm in this one, guys. The SARO. This I think showed up here. I think it was one of those ones that showed up here. Trying to remember where I saw it. Watching it as it got into this area here and it pulled back. And to me, it looked like 28 was trying to hold. So I took some right around here, the 2806 mark. So we'll see what happens. And that is the SARO. Had a little bit of room. If you look at the daily chart to 2845, it's a large cap stock, so I'm not expecting some wild action. So we'll see what happens on it. The SARO. I do see that I missed one when I was, but it was okay, I guess. The PDYN, I missed one when I was on my break. PDYN, the alert was at 673. Now I would not have taken it then if I had taken it at all, because the high right there was 689. So, yeah, I mean, I know it worked, but I'm not saying this was beautiful. I mean, you'd taken it right at 673 and I got up to 709, fine, but I'm not saying I probably would not have done it. And that is from my reversal scan. I saw you guys talking about the ICCM. Now, trading's easy, isn't it? Look, I mean, look what it did. Look what it did. It got all the way up to 950, and then it pulled all the way back down to 783, just like that. So, I mean, this is, super indicative of a low float, 1.6 million in the float, 125 million have traded. Float turnover is 74. And yeah, 2 o'clock, we'll have the minutes of the meeting, FOMC meeting. And yeah, 2:30, the first presser. What's his name? Marsh? What's his name? I'll try to remember it. Who's the new guy? What's his name? Or Warsh? Or am I mixing up? Somebody's got to know. Warsh. Okay, that's a tough one to say. Warsh. Okay. Wash your clothes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll call him Kev. Anyway, that's his first Kevster. That's his first foray into as being the head of the Fed. Sarro may not work for me. I'm just going to give it a little, maybe another penny or so. Yeah, I took myself out of the Sarro, guys. I don't like the way it's trading. It might break. I mean, it didn't have a ton of room, so we find something a little more interesting. Well, maybe this one will bounce off the VWAP, the PDYN. Boy, another one under a million in the float, guys. VMAR, 727,000 in the float, hanging around the VWAP. Spread is awful, okay, for a $3 stock. 11 cents on a $3 stock, and I think it might be yes, is this halted? Is doesn't appear to be halted. I looked at this, should have shorted it. I knew I should have shorted it. This was from the, scan. I watched it, it looked like it was getting right into the VWAP, and that's where it stalled, SATG. Oh, I doubt very much he's gonna raise interest rates. I doubt very much. If he raises interest rates, look for about a 1,000-point drop in the Dow. I doubt very much. K-Wash. Yeah, K-Wash is pretty good. I like that. K-Wash. Worsh is way too. I mean, who stuck that R in there anyway, way back when? Well, I had this idea to short CLPT, and man, I mean, I mean, look, very choppy, but once it took out the VWAP again, and this is this one that is has a partner in QURE, and so that's why the stock soared. So Dan must be done. So anybody listen to Dan and any nuggets? Anybody bring up the buy sell flags? Anybody brave enough to do that? Bring up the buy sell flags. When can we have a scan? Just interested to know if anybody went over and listened to Dan. And I'm sure he talked about the money machine. And anybody asked, well, when is it going to be available? The new AI and the scan maker. Okay. Don't hold your breath, Frito-Lay. Don't hold your breath on the buy sell. I know he said a few weeks ago that they're working on it, but don't hold your breath. So is this scan maker, is it, has it been released yet, even in beta, or is it still? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Next pro release. So does it kind of work like this? So you can input a symbol and then it'll be kind of like, well, AI telling you, okay, this is what could happen. Is that the idea? Kind of like what our AI does now, but now you can take an individual symbol, your symbol, and apply it. Is that the idea of it, or like what is the idea of it? Probably should listen, but oh, I see. Okay. I was hoping that you could input a symbol and say, okay, AI, give me an idea what this could do. All right, guys. Just well, there. I mean, look, it got close. I should have been following this a little more. The PDYN. So it's kind of at the original alert price of 673. I don't, but again, I'm just too. Well, I'm very influenced by that 689, and also that 703 right there. We can take out the 703 in a big way. 743. It's that is the next high. So that's what it got to, right? It got to a little over 703. I'm going to put a price alert there again and just see if it takes it out later on in the day. Maybe I'll take that trade if it does. All right, guys. It is now 111, 112. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today, show you the information you can find on it. So as always, at the top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year using my promo code. Doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. So I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room right here. So if you are in YouTube right now, wondering what this room, it's free also. Some perks though. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. He does it. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. I get on the mic for both rooms about between 9 and 9:15. Okay. So if you're looking for a room to come into that you can interact with other traders during the pre-market. You can come into this room. Again, it is free. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Okay, it is free. And education. So if you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, click on the education section and take a look at this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Mandatory you do this if you're just brand new. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have the product and you're wondering about it, I would not take out a subscription unless you had at least an idea about what the capabilities are. And you can find that out if you start off with the second video, go to the end. Gives you an idea about what we can do. Okay. Whoa, look at the ICCM now. My goodness. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. If you're new to trading, about 15, there are 15 of them. And my custom scans, click on the view scans. So here are the two races. The large cap race is right here. The other race, which is the volatile race, is right here. You can see the ICCM 58%. And pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is down here. And I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. I have the trend reversals up. Also have this one up. When I say up, I'm running it. I don't have these four. And you can ask me questions about them if you want. So again, trading is easy, right? So you just saw that big pop, guys. It almost took out the high of the day. You got up to what, 939, and then look at the selling that took place, and it coming right into the VWAP. I mean, look at this. I mean, 930 down to 7, and now it's halted on the way down. So I mean, if you're taking any one of these, I always say, do not wander away even for a second. Yeah, you could try to put a stop on this, but if you put a stop, it may have blown right through your stop. Maybe you would have got out of some of your position, but you probably would have blown right through your stop. Just because you want to get out of the trade, say at 8:45, doesn't mean that's going to happen. on something that moved. Let me get a 1 minute chart. I mean, this is, so if we had 10-second charts, I know people ask for them, but I mean, this is within 1 minute. And who knows, that might have been within, 10 seconds or 5 seconds. And now, as I said, it's halted on the way down. And here is your potential open. There's your halt price, 705. And here is potential open. Well, William, I guess we just should have bought NAVN early on. You say there were a bunch of insiders or some insiders selling. It didn't seem to matter, did it? I never, that's a lot of shares, though. That is a whack of shares. 2 million. And some director selling over 2 million shares. What was the price? I wonder if that was just a cross. Well, usually it's indicated if it's going to be a cross, so it doesn't affect the market so much, but can't quite tell what it was done at 20. Maybe have to expand this a bit. Maybe I'm missing the decimal. Not that it matters that much. Do over another monitor. Yeah, 2019. I had to expand so he sold 2 million shares at 2019 and the stock pops. How many curse words can we string together, guys? Why is he saying that? Well, my absolute number one, maybe I think it's my number one pet peeve. I mean, you guys had if you took this one thinking, okay, maybe it's going to run, you had no chance to get out, and they've announced the financing, during the market hours. I always say, why can't they do it? I mean, they don't care. I mean, but before the market opens, or typically they would do this after the market closes, allow you to get out because a lot of people will not want to hold a stock like this. So allow them to get out during market hours, but they just don't care. Man, that just drives me crazy though. Well, guys, SPCX, yeah, and it's a financing. It's halted, and and they've just announced the financing. Look, more power to them. I mean, look, this is what I mean, though. This stock yesterday was a $2 stock, so they're able to do a financing at at premium to the market price with single healthcare focused institutional investor. I don't know what it. Yeah, $3 a share. Yeah. Well, remember now, unusual though, there is a difference between the volatility halt, which is most of these, and a news halt. So a news halt here can last a long time, not necessarily 30 minutes. I'm trying to. Yeah, no, I understand, William. I understand. It's but let's face it. I mean, anybody in this is usually today is usually some kind of a intraday trader. But you're right; they don't care about us. They just flip us the bird. That's all. But is it in the best interest of the company to I mean, look, arguably, you could say it's in the best interest of the company because, the stock was running at that point. Why would they knowingly destroy the share price? Okay, why not try to keep it up here? I don't know. Well, there are not many news halts, no, unusual, but they're not many. Yeah, so they've sort of I mean, who's to say that they couldn't have done it up at $8, okay? If they just let this go and at the end of the day, I'm just talking out loud instead of doing it at $3. Anyway, doesn't matter. But let me ask you this unusual, are there volatility halts in Canada? I mean, I don't look at the exchange. I haven't looked at the Canadian market in years and years. Yeah, maybe they want the guy to be happier, instead of the well, no, I forget what I was gonna say. Just forget what I was going to say. Anyway, it happens. Doesn't happen often, but it happens enough to really tick me off. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't trade the Canadian. I mean, there's just not enough different stocks with a lot of volume and volatility. Yeah, you would have done very well with the energy plays in Canada for sure. I mean, that's what we are, though. We are a resource country, even though somebody says they don't need it. Sorry. Okay. Let's take a look here. Boy, this NAVN. Must be something more to this, William. I mean, look at the gap here. I mean, $24 still. All right, guys. 200 may be coming. Well, I'm glad. I was thinking of shorting CLPT, but I had to obey my rules. Didn't want to chase it down. So Cass is approaching the high of 2 days ago, which is call it $5. Boy, if it takes out five, What a nice couple of weeks. Boy, 53-cent stock last week on the low. 484 now. Amazing, isn't it? And is it possible? I mean, they would have to say it's a cross, right? I mean, how many shares in the float in that NAVN? Or yeah, that's a big part. I mean, that is a 2 million shares out of 79 million in the float. I mean, that's a lot. Not like it has, several billion in the float, so 2 billion could get absorbed easily. So I don't know. It's very strange. If you told me that was the news before the market was open, I heard that news last night, would have probably gone in and said, okay, how much money can I raise to short this? Now, both of these, I don't know if you kept watching OLN. So both GIL and OLN. OLN is buying GIL. No, 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 they're not. Sorry, OLN is buying Hun. I'm sorry, excuse me. Hmm. Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe who knows? Maybe it'll do something really crazy and come all the way back. ICCM. I mean, it bounced off that low 583, got up to 717 through the VWAP. Maybe it's because to a highly focused healthcare mutual fund of some sort. Sorry, a single healthcare focused institutional investor. Okay, guys, I was just playing with fire there. Playing with fire. I'm going to leave it alone now. Okay, I just playing with fire on that ICCM. Guys, keep an eye on the PDYN. If it takes out 7 again, I have a price alert up in this area right there, 703, just over 7. It got to 709, okay? And if it takes out 7 again, possibility that it could at least try to challenge that 742 area. And it is it's not low float, not a high float, of course, but a lot of volume. This one could get interesting on a long. Okay, I don't know if it's really following SpaceX. I mean, it looks like it could be a little bit. It's in the sector. The VWAP is 1414 right there in that area. Maybe put a price alert. Let's see if we can clear it a little bit more. So I'm going to put a price alert around 1420 for this. And SpaceX is starting to lift, getting closer to that 200 mark again. Oh, there's 0% chance. 0% chance. Not with the start of K-Wash's regime. Okay, there's no way. I don't think he's going to even attempt to do that. I like it, K-Wash. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Let's see if this Sag-G has any sort of room now. It's over that VWAP area. I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got room. And I'm just watching SpaceX. I think if SpaceX continues to move higher, it's going to drag some of these little ones. I don't know. Yeah, some of these little ones along with it. So remember, I've said this before. I use this like a watch list. Okay, it may not go in the direction immediately, or maybe not at all, but I like to use it like a watch list. Well, as I have said many, many times before, I love it when a company does an intraday financing. Look at that. What a great move. Did my scanner see? Well, they saw it. Well, ICCM has been on, it's been in the race all day long, if that's what you're talking about. And I was kidding, okay? I mean, I was absolutely kidding about loving an. I'm sort of trying to be a bit of a smart, you know what? Alex, you should see it in Brokers Plus. Okay, you should see it in Brokers Plus. If you take a trade using the advanced tool, you should see it in Brokers Plus. So if you load Brokers Plus, new Brokers Plus, you should see any trades you've taken here. Okay. Just load it, click on new, and then Brokers Plus. From the toolbar and make sure it's connected. I don't know if the default is that it's connected to your paper trader, but if it isn't, if it says disconnected, just click on brokers and then connect paper trading. And then you would go to the positions tab and then you'll see your positions. Okay. Well, let's hope if it ever becomes live, Magnus, that that would be a similar result with real money. How do you make it automatic? What do you mean by automatic? You cannot. You're talking about auto trading, 162 auto trading. Yeah. So the only thing you can do in auto fashion. Boy, look at this IMAX. Look at IMAX ripping. Maybe Netflix is going to buy them. The only thing you can do in auto fashion is with your own strategy. Okay. So you have to develop your own strategy. You back test it. And then if you really think you want to take every trade that comes in, you can do that. Very, 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 very few of our customers do that. But that's the only way you can auto trade. You have to develop your own strategy and then back test it. If before you would connect to a live broker, you'd want to use our simulator just to see how it would work. Okay. So I don't know if you have any trading experience at all, but I mean, if you don't have any, then for you to develop your own strategy might be a little bit difficult. That you'd want to auto trade. Okay. So you've been using the simulator then to test it, to test your own strategy, and you're comfortable then taking it live with your broker account? Oh, okay. Well, if you are, you have to have a moment. So the only the brokers you could connect to would be TradeStation, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Alpaca. If you don't have either of those brokers, you cannot do it. So please don't say, well, I have Schwab. Can I do it? Okay. If you have to have either Alpaca, E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, or TradeStation. Okay. So for E-Trade, there's a video. Now let me go to the guide. So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, and then, sorry, up here, the user guide. So where is it? Brokers Plus, okay? There's a whole section about Brokers Plus and also auto trading, okay? Yeah, I don't think he's auto trading it though. I don't think he's, well, as far as I know, you cannot auto trade with Schwab, Thinkorswim, or I think you might be manually trading it, but okay. But you can click on auto trading and Brokers Plus. Those are your two guides, okay? 162 to show you how you can actually connect and how you put the strategy. Well, you if you've been simulated traded, then you know how to put the strategy in and you're simulating it. Yeah, he's manually. Thank you, Pepe. So he's not auto trading. I mean, you can use, you don't need, yeah, you don't need any one of those brokers to use trade ideas. Remember, we're a scanner first and foremost. So that's what he's doing. He's getting the idea and then he's manually trading it in Schwab. It is not connected to Brokers Plus as such. It's like me. When I'm trading, I'm trading within my Interactive Brokers account. So I click on, so 162, so you want to auto trade. You absolutely 100% want to auto trade. Is that correct? You've back tested you've run it in the simulator and you like the results by auto trading? I'm gonna make sure. Maybe, okay. I mean, very few of our customers auto trade. Is there any particular reason why you want to auto trade? For instance, why don't I auto trade? I mean, I could connect to my IB account and I could auto trade. I could find the reason I don't is that I'll always want to click on the symbol, check to see what's happening. And, I can fairly quickly size up. Do I want to take the trade or not? And then, if I decide to take the trade, if the trade runs, 5 cents on me in while doing my analysis, it shouldn't be the end of the world. So what I do is I've got, and for those of you, you got to be awfully sure. So what you're talking about, you can only trade 1 to 2 days a week. Okay, but are you sitting in front of your computer for those 1 or 2 days? Okay, so are you talking about then the other 3 to 4 days that you want to auto trade and just let it run? Is that what is that sort of the idea that you've got in your head? Okay, I would say that's very dangerous. I mean, look, yeah, because you remember, the simulator gets the absolute best possible price you could get. Okay, and if you're depending on the type of stock you're trying to trade, if the stock is moving fairly quickly, you may not get the fill you're looking for. And plus, when you want to exit, you may not get the exit price you're looking for. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but I mean, if you're talking about literally, I think I know what you're talking about. Is you want to turn your computer on in the morning on the days that you can't sit in front, and you just say, okay, I'm going to auto trade. I'm going to come back at the end of the day. I highly recommend not doing that. As Pepe saying, tremendous slippage. Please don't. Are you new to trading? Doesn't sound like you can be totally new to trading because you created a strategy and then you've been back testing it. And so now it sounds like that's the only reason. Oh, then please do not, do not. I mean, do not auto trade. As a new trader. I mean, again, I have to say, I mean, I've been trading for a long time. I would never auto trade. I mean, there's some. First of all, auto trading means you're going to have to create your own strategy. You're going to have to back test it. You're going to have to. You're going to have to probably tweak it a lot because what back tests really good today, 3 or 4 days, or next week it may not. So you're going to have to go back into the back tester and start fiddling around with values, maybe adding filters, subtracting filters, changing filter values, etc. If you've got the time and inclination, it's kind of fun. I don't have the time and nor the inclination anymore. Now you can. Okay, good. I mean, if I did one thing today, okay, it was an idea. Okay, if I did one thing today, and that to dissuade you from doing that, I'm glad. Well, the AI still has to be managed. Okay, you can take a look at the alerts, and it doesn't mean again, you don't have to take the trade immediately. You can wait a bit to see how it's setting up. Then you have to be able to, if you're new to trading, I really hate to say it. If you're brand new to trading, though, I would highly recommend you take a look at the back to basics. So you have an idea about how to read charts and things like that. The AI is not gonna. It's an idea generator, yes, but you have to have an idea about how to trade it. Again, probably not what you want to hear, but I got to be honest. Well, I just don't want people to have the wrong idea. I mean, this program is a fantastic program, and I've had the program since 2010 as a subscriber, just like anybody else. And yes, now I've been contracted to do this, fine, since 2015. But I'm actually not an official employee. I am contracted to do this. But the bottom line, though, is that it's a fantastic program as an idea generator. But you have to, my When you click on an alert, when you click on an alert, any symbol, you have to have an idea about what the chart is trying to tell you. It is, I don't want to be corny, but it is trying to tell you a bit of a story. And if you don't understand what it's trying to tell you, now, some will look at a chart and see something different from me. I mean, I just have a way of looking at things, but somebody else may have a different way, and it doesn't mean one is right and one is wrong. Some people use a lot of indicators. I do not use a lot of indicators. My only indicator really is that VWAP line right there. That's it. That purple line. That's it. But some people use a lot of indicators, and they can maybe using stochastics and MACD and RSI, and which I used to do. I used to have all the indicators on my charts, and I was getting nothing done. I couldn't, I got frozen because I'm looking at all, what is it trying to tell me? What's it trying to tell me? So I had to whittle it down to something that I was just comfortable with. But I would never tell anybody, well, you should not use this. You use, if it's making you money, keep doing it. Planet Labs, is that what the question is, Elijah? Planet Labs. So coming into the VWAP, maybe that holds it. Is that what you mean or meant? VWAP is around 28, 2875-ish. So it's coming into the VWAP. Maybe that'll act as support. Speaking of the VWAP, look what the SPY is trying to do. There's the VWAP. It's poking its head above it. SPY has gone a little bit positive ahead of the ahead of the 2 o'clock. Just the minutes. The key will be at 2:30. When the actual press conference is. Well, it keeps butting its head up against 200, SpaceX. It's above the VWAP. VWAP appears to be holding it fairly well. Keeps coming into it, off it, into it, off it, into it, off it. For this stock right now, it's a pretty tight range of about $2, 198 to 200 for this stock. Obviously, if it can burst through 200, it's got a lot of room. And as always, if you wanted to do it in a cheaper way, you have the SVCH. And it looks exactly the same, doesn't it? See how it's exactly the same as the stock, just over the VWAP. Seeing this porch all day, I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, it's got. If you look at a monthly chart, it certainly has a lot of room. $16 on a monthly chart. Cheap one to short. I'm not going to do it. So you're just sort of throwing random symbols in there, YY and Elijah? Ooh, okay. This one. Oh, nice. Nice, 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 guys. You got to be paying attention. Look at the alert we had for this one. ELTX at 408. It didn't get it quite at 408. You know, again, you want this scan, you can have it. It's on my homepage. And these can be very quick hitters. We saw this one in the pre-market. Now, you know this, and why would I like it? Look at the room it had, 480. Okay, that was the next high looking left. Remember, that scan, it has to be above the yesterday's high. Other filters in place, and look at it go. Okay, I've just taken some off just before 450, okay? In case I always think that the 50-cent level for stocks under 5, okay, can block it. I don't expect this to keep running or anything like that. It's probably just going to be a very quick trade. So if you load it from my homepage, this is what you're going to see, okay? The LTX over and over and over again as it kept making a new high. But I've also got, for me, you don't have to do the same thing. I've got the don't repeat version. So it's only going to show me the stock or the time and the price of the first alert. So I can go back and say, well, what happened from then? I felt like I waited all day to get something like that. Bitcoin. For me, Bitcoin is up $380. Yeah, okay. So I don't know if you're just trolling this YY. I mean, you know, we don't do recommending why. We don't do that in this room. So you might be in the wrong room. Okay. No spy chart. Yes, just a minute. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute spy chart just to see. Here we go. So let's see if anything. I mean, you know, ahead of the minutes, spy is moving through the VWAP. Okay, we are now 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa! They didn't. They didn't. They didn't. So what? The market was not expecting a drop in interest rates. That's a pretty severe, but the language is critical. Yeah, that's a big. That's one big bar, guys, on a 1 minute. But the first move is not necessarily the final move. Usually, you've got to give it, I would say 2 or 3 minutes. But that's pretty brutal. See, that is a reason why you don't want to trade. If you'd been in any large cap stock, more than likely, and there you go. That's the reason. 9 Fed governors penciling in a rate hike this year. The vote was unanimous. K-Wash. You're still stuck in Jay who? Yeah, he's got to bring some joy during the presser. I mean, that's pretty brutal. That is brutal, brutal, brutal. Normally, these minutes are just nothing. Luckily, it didn't. Luckily, it didn't destroy my ELXT trade, which is typical. These small ones here, they don't really give a hoot about what the overall market's doing. But look at all these stocks. Well, pick a large cap stock, guys. Any one. Look at SpaceX. I mean, SpaceX may have been moving down anyway, but oh, look at so this is why you don't trade, you get out of all your large cap stocks before because you just don't know what they're going to say. Yeah, 199 down to 194, just like that. Boom. Well, I don't know if I'm going to hang around to 230, but any questions, guys? I'm pondering taking off now. If you have questions, I can always stick around for questions. Yeah, look at this 5 minute. I mean, we haven't seen a move like this on the 2 o'clock minutes in a long time. A long, long time. Just stop. So does that mean you got out of, or you were going to perhaps take a trade at 150, and you decided to stop? Oh, good. I mean, a little, like I'm still in this ELTX. Okay. I mean, little stocks typically do not react. You know, they're just fly completely under the radar. But if you're in a large cap stock, I mean, almost for sure you got blasted. Yeah, I'm just looking. Just pick a stock. Pick a stock. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a large cap stock. These stocks here, they don't really care that much. I guess if I looked at, let's take a look. So HQ didn't really care that much. Let's take a look at that. Well, how about that NAVN? Yeah, I mean it's his first big drop of the day. Lending Club. Well, I bet you the nuke stock got hurt. Yep. Nutella or new look. I mean, look, these are all large cap stocks. Now Cure had news, but let's see if it resisted it. No, not really. Now, here's your bounce. Who said they were going to take the bounce? Goes against your logic, but you've seen it many times, right? I mean, a lot. Well, the thing is that there's so many large cap stocks in here. So I mean, they're moving down, dragging the SPY. I don't know if it's the tail wagging the dog or vice versa, but we're having a bounce now, a bounce back, a little one anyway. Actually, yeah. Let's take a look at the sectors. So SMH, I mean, it's still not bad, but let's put it this way. Where is silver? There's silver. Yeah, look at silver. Wow. No rebound in silver. Compare the charts, okay? Red, 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 green. So no rebound in silver yet. And William, and gold is be probably the same, like you said. Home builders. So the home builders are reacting more with the market. Materials reacting more with the SPY, okay? But gold and silver, so far, no bounce. Now there's a big, so SMH had the initial 5-minute down, but look at the recovery for SMH, the semis. And Yahoo! Who? Look at ELTX. This is fantastic. I know I sold some up in this area just before 450, but the wave kept me in it. ELTX didn't give a whatever about what was happening with the SPY. Classic alpha stock trading on its own. I don't know where it's going. I mean, 480 is the next high, so that could easily stall it. So I'm very aware of that 480. In fact, okay, I've just taken some more off. I don't have very much left, okay? Because that 480 is the next high looking left. And it got to 470. So that could stall it right there. Now, if it takes that out, I'm going to put a price alert at 5. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe never. I like K-Wash. I don't like K-War. I like K-Wash. But we'll let the group decide. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 2:14. Maybe I'll hang around. Well, the problem is it's not like anything happens right at 2:30. It's a presser. He gets up there, he starts talking, and it's the fielding of the questions that is probably more interesting. So I may take off unless there are some questions. I will probably pack it in. You, William, you're not going to keep the room open, are you? After I leave? Not today. Okay. Well, maybe what I'll do is I'll just keep my screen up and running. I'll wander around and maybe come back at 2:30, but I'll keep my screen up and I'll put the SPY chart front and center. Just that when there's no questions, I just get bored. I just. Well, that's a big recovery though on the SPY. So we've had a pop of the SPY from 743 up to 747. So I mean, you know what? In the old days, if the SPY made a 4-point move, we'd be going, wow. The old days, say before last February, not last February, but the February of what year are we now? Of 2025. You know what large caps, and Pepe won't like this, but you know what large cap stock was not affected really? A little bit, but not much, was Celsius. CELH. And of course, this has room. I mean, you look at the daily chart, 32.93. So call it 33. So about dollar and a half to that next high. All right, guys. Well, will it take this out? I mean, this is the key area right there at 480. I don't have very much left, but just enough in case it takes out that 480. What do they do? Clinical stage biotech company. Not that it really matters, but and you know, it's not a low float. Low float, but not low. 16 million in the float. Only a 1.4 float turnover. So William, if I stay here, will you stay here? Oh, come on. What's another 11 minutes? What's another 11 minutes? Is that going to kill you? Oh man. Put a price alert right there at 475. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'll put myself on mute. If there is a question, I'll come back in, but I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to shut down well, I guess I don't have to. Yeah, I'm going to shut down YouTube. I don't think there's very many people on YouTube right now. So I'm going to shut down YouTube. So YouTubers, we'll see you tomorrow around 9.